Gary started reclaiming this stuff for me the other day because he's awesome. And just joining here, so if people want to join me, they can. Okay. Oh. So Gary started doing this reclaim for me. I turned on the dehumidifier and I made it too dry. So I took my extra wet clay, I wrapped all of the arches in it. I wrapped all the hard arches in the really wet clay. I wrapped it up in plastic, and then I left it overnight to kind of soak in. So I don't know what I have today. We're gonna see. This is still super wet on the outside, so I may need to. Actually, that's seeming pretty good on the inside though, so that's good. All right. I don't know if I'm getting all of the icky sploogey sounds or not, but yeah, we're gonna see how this goes today. I want to get all of this reclaimed today so that I can start on the next bucket of reclaim. I did want to get some painting done today as well, so we're going to hopefully get this done in a semi-timely fashion, maybe by, it's 11:45 now. I think I'm going to work on this till 12:30. This is too dry in here, so I'm just trying to flatten this out a little bit, break up all the small bits. Reclaim is typically a pretty easy process, but I screwed up and I left the dehumidifier on, and now we have too hard of stuff again. So even if this doesn't get fully reclaimed today, even if I just kind of get it started to softening up a little bit, let's get this big thing out of here. Just trying to get it better, a little bit of a better camera angle. Okay. I definitely want this is much better because I have a little bit of really soft, a little bit of harder, and a little bit of hard, kind of all into one ball, but it's the hard bits are much smaller now. So we're going to set this aside. And this is what I think I'm going to do. I think I'm going to continue to make balls with tinier hard bits in them and set them aside. And then wrap this really well in plastic again tonight and let it sit overnight. And I can set up another wood piece with my next bit of reclaim. Next to it, wrapped up really well, because I do need to get started on this. Because I have the next project that I need to get going on, and I'm not going to be throwing too much this week because I'm going to be painting the yarn bowls. So if by the end of the week I can get all of these buckets reclaimed, then I'll have enough to throw with for the next project. I'm going to have Gary pick me up a couple of extra boxes just in case I run short. But I'm not quite sure what colors I want. He's going Thursday to Rogers. So I'm hoping I kind of know by that point. Right now I'm kind of down to all like a muddy brown color. Because I did do all of my reclaim as one. So I'm kind of thinking that I want to try to get maybe white with grog, just to give me something different. I can feel the hard pieces in this, but that's okay. We're just going to ball this up. And we'll put it under really tight plastic again tonight. Yeah, what I would like to happen is I would like to have all of this reclaim balled up and weighed out by the end of this week. If I can do that, then going into my next project, will be relatively easy. What I'm doing right now is I'm just kind of breaking out anything that's semi-hard, and it's still workable. Like if I was doing like hand building, or if all of this was the same, then these little hard bits would be fine, because they're really not hard, they're just drier than what I want to throw with. They really did loosen up being wrapped up in the wetter clay for the night, so that's good. At least my theory worked. People make a really big deal about reclaim, and yes, you can always make this easier on yourself, but really the general gist of reclaim is make dry clay wet, make wet clay dry. And then homogenize it in some way that you push out the air bubbles and make all the clay one density. I'm not looking to overcomplicate that. That's one of my big things with the pottery is don't overcomplicate it. Make the things that bring joy to you and that you think will bring joy to others. And then keep learning. If one way didn't work, try it a different way. I follow a guy who just opened a place in Utah called the Clay Hole. I love his videos. It always makes me happy watching him. And he just did a form that was a vase inside of a he dropped a vase into a cut piece, and it's very similar to what I've been trying to do with the mugs that I want to make. Where I've been trying to do it in one piece though, and I've been trying to bring up a mug and then bring up the outer portion of the mug to meet up with the top portion of the mug, and then cut it out. But I think that his way is better in dropping the cylinder into the cutout portion. So I think that's what I'm going to try at some point. I'm going to play with that because I do want to make some double-walled mugs. I don't know if you can hear that or not. All the air bubbles popping. This actually... this is not where I normally wedge, but kind of wanted to do a little bit of this on camera today. Wherever you're wedging, you want to make sure that you're on a sturdy table. And I'm currently on top of my wheel. So while my wheel head can hold a couple 100 pounds of clay and force and whatnot, the plastic surrounding it is not meant to do that. So I don't want to exert too much force on the plastic surround because I don't want to break it. And you know that this clay isn't ready to wedge because, as you can see with my hands, it's not coming off clean. So it's still too wet to wedge, which is fine. My plan is for the dry bits to soak up the wet bits overnight. And in theory, tomorrow I can work with it a little bit more, and I can hopefully get this board done tomorrow. And then tomorrow I can look at the next board and see if it needs to be arched overnight, or if I should keep it wrapped in plastic or turn off the dehumidifier or whatever. And give that a give that a good couple of nights to relax, and I'll start to water down the next bucket once this one is done. Because I know that my capability is to wedge one of these boards in a day without killing myself. So I have other work to do. I can't be killing myself doing reclaim and then not be able to get my other work done. So today we get to play in the mud. For just a little bit. And it doesn't help that this clay is comprised of 3 different clay bodies. So all of them dry at different times. Some of them have grog, some of them don't. So it is interesting. I just heard a door go, and I'm wondering if somebody's on their way down here to work. Because if they are, I have covered their table with yarn bowls. And I did not take the trees away that they put lights in for me. So I am going to have to do that. Not gonna lie, I was kind of hoping Gary would be down here first to help me get set up, but he was busy working upstairs today. All right, so I just got these hard bits kind of, and they're not hard. I keep saying hard, but they're firmer than the really wet stuff. So I broke up the firmer bits, mixed them in really well with the wet stuff, and now it can kind of sit and incorporate. Overnight. I keep hearing the weirdest noises upstairs, and I don't know. I don't know what I'm hearing. It's so funny. I think somebody just sneezed. I am currently in a basement room of our house. So I hear all the plumbing comes above my head. You are amazing. You are amazing. Over where I sit. There is a bowl over there that is marbled, that is upside down with purple wax on it. That needs to go in the bisque kiln tonight so that that wax can burn off. Because I was practicing waxing stuff, and I did not do a good job on that one. so it can go in the bisque kiln tonight. And obviously, all of these can go. All of the cookies can go in the bisque kiln. Oh shoot, and I still need to wipe down all the yarn bowls upstairs. Okay. It's just one more thing I gotta do. Just one more thing on the to-do list today. Cool. What are you doing? Hello. Boxing 2 medium furs. Cool. All right, as soon as I'm done with this, I'll grind out those 2 extra large trees. Oh, okay. Discord can't hear me for some reason. So let's get that fixed. Boop. Boop. Should be all fixed now.
So I have you on TV through YouTube, and then I have you on my laptop through Twitch.
Cool.
So I'm turning down the reverb, or I guess.
Cool. So I'm doing some quick reclaim today. I have harder bits and softer bits, so I'm just breaking up the harder bits and kind of making balls, and I'm going to wrap this up in plastic and let it sit overnight so that everything can incorporate, and I'll wedge it out tomorrow.
Awesome.
Yeah. And then Gary is working on boxing trees today, which is awesome because boxing trees means he gets us more flat space. So that is phenomenal.
That's awesome. Also, gesundheit to anyone who actually sneezed.
Gary, did you sneeze upstairs? He's listening to a program. I don't know what he's listening to, but yeah, I was hearing all sorts of noises upstairs. It was kind of funny. Did you sneeze upstairs? Okay, it wasn't you then. It must have been Dad.
I just heard myself on my TV, and I sound very congested.
I don't know, like 15 minutes ago? I was on camera and I had said that I hear all sorts of weird noises upstairs, and I'm just like, oh, I think someone just sneezed. No, it was somebody in the garage. Must have been Dad. It also could have been the dog. I don't know. Yeah, he comes down. He came down and visited a couple times so far.
That's awesome. Did he get on camera?
The camera is just out of his shot, and I keep trying to like get him to like jump up to the camera, and it's like weirdly the one time he won't jump up is when the camera's rolling. And I keep trying to get a really good video of him coming down to work because he's so excited, and he's got this really awesome like butt wiggle as he like runs down the stairs, and like he's so excited. But I turn on the camera and he's just like, okay, now we're just gonna mosey down the stairs. And I'm like, you were so excited like 30 seconds ago.
A camera shy pet.
Apparently. Yeah, I just want
to. Go ahead.
I just really want a good like video of him just like enthusiastically like bounding down the stairs, slamming into the steel door turning around and like waiting for me as he like shakes. Because that's what he does every day, not on camera.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Last night's game was fun,
Yay.
interesting. Never made it actually to where, we wanted to, but
I, that was
this
that was kind of my thing when I texted you. I'm like, I have no idea if we're gonna get this far, but just in case. And I mean, you saw the
our
map.
speed
We're
is so varied.
oh yeah, you saw the map. We're still 7 days out from the ocean. And the reason that I really need to slow you guys down, just is the whole Constitution saving throws every morning.
Yeah. We
Because like,
still haven't figured out what's going on, but we now have an idea about what's going on.
yeah,
And now there's some deity that is trying to attach themselves or has attached to themselves to Kira.
they just want you to worship her. No problem, right? That wouldn't cause any issues.
Hi, yes, master. My character goes, my patron is now my sister. Because no one in the town that helped her get back on her feet would ever have a problem with that. Being some kind of deity or follower.
Yeah, no problems. It's fine. Gary's counting trees for an order.
I don't know if Danny's going to join us. I haven't heard anything from today, but
I was
I would.
talking to him today about alchemical items. He's like, could this be in the world? I'm like, absolutely. He's like, how much would it cost? I'm like, well, it depends on where you are. And, do you find the person that makes it, or do you find the person that sells it from the maker? Are you in a city, or are you in a village? Because, like, you can go to a village and you can get, like, an entire quill of arrows for, like, a large fish. If, that's how you wanted to trade, depending on the village. Like,
Currency is currency no matter what it might be,
yeah,
but also the barter system exists.
yeah,
It's whatever the player sees as value to whatever the merchant sees as value.
right. Yep. Yeah. So he was talking about finding something along those lines. And I'm just like, or because now it exists in the world, you can just be attacked by it and you can find the people that have them.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't know how long you've been doing this. It says right here you've been doing this about 30. I've been on here for 30 minutes. How long have you been videoing this morning?
Yeah, 30 minutes. 29 minutes and 16 seconds.
Okay. Cool. So I haven't really missed much.
Nope.
I put something on our Discord that was kind of interesting that I found. It's a companion called TikTok. It's a wooden companion called TikTok, and it's a smiling automaton. It's like a wood automaton that literally, as you love it and as you show it love, it breaks down.
Oh.
Because it's made with an emotionless core. Now, the lifespan is 10,000 years.
As long as everyone hates it? That's awful.
The more love you get, the more love, or every time you say I love you, it or hug it, it minuses 50 years.
Oh my god.
And it says its last wish, or its last act on its last like movement is to explain its own secret. And I'm like, this would be like it's beautiful but heartbreaking at the same time.
That is something that I would put in a game.
I
Yep.
know.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I mean, there's so much mechanics for it. And it's based off of but the lore apparently was it was made by a old wizard that didn't want to be lonely,
Okay.
but didn't want to. What was it? He didn't want to be lonely, but he also didn't want it to be lonely. So the more he loved it, hoping that it would basically die at the same time.
Okay.
And it didn't work out that way. I was like, we could technically do this into a character of but we'd use a Warforge. And it's like, okay.
So Gary made a character that was an auto gnome named TikTok. And he had
Okay.
a clockwork heart. And all he did was like want to help people and want to make people happy. He was a bard. He was a whatever the ghost bard, spirit bard. And spirits would talk through his little chest piece. And yeah, he had an auto gnome bard named TikTok. So that's why when you said TikTok, I'm like, oh my god. That's so funny. But yeah, like right now you guys have Meep.
Yes. And we don't, at least my character right now doesn't know the interworkings of Meat very much. Mainly, my character personally wants to stay away from it.
Okay.
Not because he hates him or doesn't like him. Theo is more doing it out of safety because Theo has a thing for mushroom.
Mm-hmm.
Meep is a mushroom.
Uh-huh.
He's also a simic scientist. And a living, breathing, possibly modifying or modifiable mushroom is literally everything in his wheelhouse of a dream. So it's not out of hate that he stays away from him. It's out of the fear of temptation to go, what can I add to you to make you better?
Do you grow? Will you ever get bigger? Could I make you bigger?
So there might actually be some development on that. I was actually thinking about that a lot. And I noticed that Theo has almost no interaction with him.
Mm-hmm.
And if that ever came up in campaign of, especially from Starlet, because Starlet's grown accustomed to him and grown kind of infatuated, it seems like, with Meep in a kind of like a brotherly type of way. I wanted to be able to explain going, it's not for lack of interest. It's because I have so much interest that everybody would hate Theo. And possibly a NPC that we're following would try to kill him.
Yeah, the NPC is going to start teaching Meep Sylvan.
And what language is that for?
Feywild. A lot of
Okay.
elves speak Sylvan.
I want to have Theo, because he's supposed to be a researcher. I want to have Theo try to learn more languages.
Cool.
Haven't had the opportunity really to do that in where we are. I wanted to do something in the city, but then everything happened.
Yeah, well, and you guys can learn from each other.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys are walking for days. Like, there's no reason that you guys can't be like, you know this language. Can we, like,
Trade.
all start learning?
Yeah. I will say, and if Penny got back on here, I would explain more of my actions from last night. But man, he really made the game interesting last night. Oh man, because I understand character-wise what happened, player-wise, understand why. I understand where we were going and where the story and how he was trying to do.
8-inch.
And
sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. I agree with you.
I wish I could have done more, but it's gonna make it really interesting. It's like, no, oh, I wanted to reach through my screen and slap my brother.
8-inch cube? Yeah, that's a cube. That's a cube.
For anyone who is gonna listen to these videos, my character does not trust or act well. My character had a sense of trust to Danny's character, and Danny's character did some sketchy stuff that
there he is.
At
least I think he's here.
My character now not trust him very much.
Just paper. Just paper. I think Zandy just joined us. No? Yes? Maybe?
I didn't hear anything.
Okay. Then it was just reverb. Cool. Okay, I didn't think that I was going to be getting any viable clay or any viable reclaim out of this. I thought I was going to have to wait on all of it, but like this is looking pretty good. Let's see what else I can get. Yeah.
So you're taking all your scraps and just putting them into balls for later.
I am, yeah. So Gary was amazing and started on some reclaim for me. And then I thought it was so wet that it would be fine leaving the dehumidifier on overnight, and I was wrong. So it hardened up more than I had anticipated. So I had taken my really wet stuff and wrapped all of the arches that we made in the really wet stuff, wrapped it up in plastic and left it overnight. And the arches got softer. So now I'm trying to break up the firmer bits and kind of mush it into the more softer stuff. And I was gonna wedge it out tomorrow. This might be happening faster than I anticipated, which is awesome. Because then I may just be able to wedge up all of this really quick and shove it in a bag and ignore it for the rest of the week. Because I am working on painting trees and working on painting yarn bowls. Gary's doing the final bisque firing tonight for me. And I have my Sunday game tonight at 8. So I need like an hour of prep for that.
The only reason I'm on here is because I have my church service is actually at night today. So.
Okay.
Man, weekends confuse me now with this schedule. During school, I'm going to have an actual normal weekend schedule.
Wow.
Yeah. For like 9 to 12 weeks.
Nice. That's awesome.
But most of my Saturdays are going to be spent like studying and homework. And then I'll have that 3-hour period where I'm like, okay, awesome. D&D. Homework.
Yeah, so and I love that the player Kai doesn't even like really know what's going on.
The character or the player?
The player.
Oh.
Like she has this thing. And maybe it's causing drama, or maybe it's Morgana, because it started happening when you guys met Morgana.
Yeah. I wonder if it has to do with Morgana's race.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so like, yeah, player Kai doesn't know what's going on either.
That makes it actually really fun, too.
Yeah, Gary and I were discussing this morning about, as a DM, not talking too much. Just sitting back, watching the players do their thing, seeing how they react to stuff, and just letting them have at the world. And just not explaining everything, and just 15 what?
Yeah.
Yeah, just sitting back, watching what you guys do. And, you know, that's another reason, like, we're slowing down a lot because of the Constitution saves and whatnot. And I could just simply say, okay, you guys are going to be traveling for about 10 days. Like, what do you guys want to talk about on the road? But,
Yeah.
I feel like, you know, there will be, but all of my surprise encounters are for a reason. Because this is a generally safe country area, whatever. So, you know, all of my encounters are specific and for a reason. I don't typically do random encounters. Typically. Come to me. My off camera, sort of. You're over here. But you guys have so much going on, and you guys are still getting to know each other and trust each other and learn about each other. And I want you guys to be able to take the time to search for herbs if you want to read the book that you want to learn this stuff from, to make healing potions if you want to make healing potions. All of that stuff and the interplay between the characters. I want to give you guys the time to be able to kind of work on that stuff.
Absolutely. I think I'm having more fun in this campaign than the last one, and it has nothing to do with the people at all. I want to stress that a lot. It has nothing to do with the people. It has everything to do with. I felt like our characters last time trusted each other almost automatically.
Uh-huh.
So there was almost no growth.
Uh-huh.
And I mean, the character I played, that's the way he worked. So,
Right.
actually, he trusted anybody he came in contact with because of the fact he had a childlike heart, and he's like, "Oh, this person is an adult. He knows what he's doing. He must be good.
Mm-hmm.
I must trust him."
Which is
And
why
that's
the
how I played.
Richter arc was so good for him.
Oh yeah.
I have a character in almost, no, I'm going to go with all of my campaigns at this point. Well, not my Sunday campaign, but in all of my Magellan campaigns, named Richter. Sometimes he's good. Sometimes he's evil. Sometimes he's neutral. It all depends on whatever. He's always a very powerful merchant. So, things like, I just want you to say please and maybe thank you. And in theory,
Proper manners.
Yeah, he never did anything bad to you guys.
No. He actually took care of a lot of things that we didn't. Like he got rid of the flake, the drug, and he even bought it and provided us with money and profit from that.
Uh-huh.
And I love how that same drug has came up in this campaign, and one way or another.
Yep.
And my character still has it in his inventory because he took it away.
There you go.
So, and the last battle that we had, the last big thing that we had, where I thought I was going to die, we were fighting the Thiocrines, and I had this amazing idea to whip that out and just scatter it around with the enemies around and see what would happen. And yeah, that would have been amazing to see. Also, there are two athlete characters, well, at least one of them right now, that would be very upset about that. I'm thinking Morgana would have been upset going, wait a minute, what did you just waste?
Gary was just saying that in my last Magellan campaign, one of our players was being watched in a tavern by Richter. She turned invisible and left the tavern, or left the tavern and then turned invisible. Richter came out, and because it was raining, he could still see where she was. And so he turned invisible, opened his carriage door, looked at her, and went, "It's an awful night. Are you sure you don't want to ride back to somewhere warm and safe?" And she was like, "Okay." And she got in the carriage. And she was promptly kidnapped. And Gary's character was so upset um, when they went to go get her, they got beaten down so hard that he had the rest of the money from a really powerful scroll that he had sold when he needed money to raise Magellan from the dead.
Oh wow.
Um, so he
So
took
Magellan
that.
can die.
Magellan died in that campaign. Um, so he still had all this money left. So he went to the city and he hired an army. He hired a ton of mercenaries. 30
Like Gary's
Minotaur
character.
barbarians and 30 elven bards. 10 elven bards. So that they could like polymorph stuff and yeah,
Wow.
to go and save their friend that was kidnapped. And then they didn't know she was kidnapped for a while because Richter had replaced her with a doppelganger. Yay, Wooden Indian is officially done. Richter had replaced her with a doppelganger to learn more about the party. So it took them 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a while before. So I had the player playing a doppelganger. I'm
Kind of
like,
like the Kira situation, but in reverse.
yeah, yep. I'm like, these are your new stats. Like we worked it all out ahead of time. I'm like, these are your new stats. Um, you've only had a day to study the mannerisms. So here you go, have at it. So yep, she played a doppelganger for weeks and months out, outside the
Yeah.
game. Like but weeks in game, she played a doppelganger and they kept having conversations behind her back. There's something wrong with her. There's just there's she doesn't know everything she's supposed to know. She's not doing, she's not acting. There's something wrong. Um, so they weren't sure if she was charmed, if she was like, what was going on. And then I don't remember, but finally they figured it out. Oh, the real person sent an animal to send a message,
Oh,
and that's how they found out.
interesting.
Yeah, that's how they found out. Um, so
You got a new follower. We got one new follower since last time.
yay!
Because
So
like yesterday you had 11. Now you had 12.
yay! Is that on Twitch or is that on YouTube?
Click.
Cool. Yeah, that's a second. Has a tiny crack on it. Is a second. Fully functional, not able to be sold. Okay. Well, if you bring stuff down to me, then I will paint. Okay. Well, then maybe I can get into the bisque firing tomorrow night.
I love how you're able to mix your job with things that you love.
Yeah. Awesome. Love it. And that's going to be you very, very soon.
Oh yeah. I have so many people helping me, and so many people like, yeah, you got this. It's gonna be nothing. And Then I look at the test questions and I'm like, are you sure?
Too heavy isn't a problem. Um,
I've been using that flashcard app. That is an
that's
amazing
yeah.
app.
Isn't it? Inky is awesome. You know, I should get like a kickback from them for the amount of people that I have turned on to Anki.
Well, you're on Twitch, so
Yeah, it's
I feel
awesome.
like on Twitch, so many people mention so many other franchises, so many other wonderful products
Hmm.
that it's really a great advertising
Yeah,
system. But
it's true.
in the way of the producer, not the one who's talking about it,
Uh-huh. What's up, Gary?
it's
You
free.
are staring at stuff. Okay. So we have to make sure one gets in the Biscone tomorrow night. We need to load the kiln so that we can candle it 100 times, 2 to 3 times today. Yeah, we need to load the kiln so that it can start getting candled, and then candle it 2 to 3 times today, candle it 2 to 3 times tomorrow, 1 or twice tomorrow, and then run it overnight. But if I've already opened it, so it should be cooling down nicely for you. And then the boxes are there for the mugs that are in the kiln. And yeah.
Speaking of other franchises, did you guys see that they're making a Spaceballs too?
I did see that they were making a Spaceballs too.
So I saw something that was interesting. Mel Brooks went and actually asked George Lucas for permission to do it, and George Lucas was like, yes, but the one who imitates Han Solo, you cannot have him wear he cannot wear Han Solo stuff. And Mel Brooks is like, that's fine. So he dressed him off of Indiana Jones instead.
And really, that's perfect.
And Lone Star. Yeah. Which it's perfect, but it also is Mel Brooks being cheeky because he's like, okay, cool. Can't copy Harrison Ford as Han Solo. That's fine. This character is gonna be playing as Han Solo anyway. That makes sense. Let's do another Harrison Ford George Lucas combination. Indiana Jones. Actually,
Harrison
no, that's not George Lucas. Sorry.
Harrison Ford held the door open for me at the Blairstown airport when I was a kid.
Really? That's cool.
Yeah, I used to live in Blairstown, and he used to fly a private plane in and out of the Blairstown airport all the time. And it was one of those things where I had to take like a double take, and I was like, huh, that is Harrison Ford. Interesting. Yeah. But yeah, he flew out of there all
Well,
the time.
our moment.
I don't know why, but
But no, from what I've heard, he's very down to earth. He loves jokes.
I don't know. I didn't actually talk to him. I just held the door for me as I was walking into the restaurant there. Because I used to ride my bike there all the time. Because I can get a soda and watch the planes take off.
Back before we had to stay behind the gates.
Oh no, this is like a tiny airport.
Oh, well, personal public air,
Yeah,
private
no.
airport.
This is like I could walk out onto the field. There would be nobody there to stop me.
Yeah, we have one of those here in actually close to where I live, about like 3 to 6 miles,
Okay.
if that.
Yep. It's nice to just go and have a soda and watch the planes take off.
Hmm. Well, we have a good friend that has their own private plane,
Nice.
like their own little biplane.
Nice. Gary has his license.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Any future plans of owning a plane?
No, he hasn't really kept up with it. So like the license is still valid, but he would have to okay, I did not expect to be able to actually wedge this stuff today. This is awesome. Um he uh he would need to go out on a whole bunch of test flights
Mm.
to be able to actually like rent a plane and whatnot.
So if you guys are up in the air and the pilot something happens, Gary can go, I can fly a plane. At least I have a license to.
Yeah, I'm licensed. I haven't been up in 15 years, but I'm licensed. I understand how it works. Okay, this one is too wet. This one's not going to happen. That's okay. Give me my air. Okay.
And then those type of movies of Mel Brooks is some of my favorite. And not for speaking about planes, I mean Airplane is another great movie. Airplane 1 and 2.
Yes, they are.
It's just every time you watch them, they have so many hidden things that you have to catch. I mean, in the first 15 minutes, there's different things from the announcements in the airport to the people and the actors. There's actually a star-studded cast that if you don't know who you're looking at, you'd miss them.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh,
Um, everything from like the sounds, like when the plane starts up, it's the sound of a prop plane,
yes.
and it's like, wait a minute.
That is not a jet engine. All right, I was not
Has
expecting
Gary
to.
ever had a character that utilizes his real world information about planes?
I don't think so, but one of my campaigns, they had a wish spell and they wished for a airship and they had boots of
Okay.
flying, so they never actually had to like dock the airship. They just jumped off. So they took the airship wherever they wanted to go, and then they just jumped off.
That's awesome. So what you're doing right now is called wedging.
Yep, this is wedging. This is getting all the tiny little air bubbles out. Um, seeing if I can find one that I can show you. This might have been one. Um, so as you kind of push against the board, you are pushing all of the air bubbles out of the clay.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep, you're good. So, what is your favorite thing about Theo?
Oh, wow. I have so many. Um, I just, I love his curious nature. And I built him off of Achu. I'm not even gonna lie. I built him off of Achu. And with what I knew about Achu, but I wanted to make him just a tiny bit different. Because they grew up together, I wanted them to seem familiar. So if players played with Achu, which most of them did in this campaign, that they would see hints of Achu in Theo or vice versa, because they grew up together. But I also wanted to put more of his master, Buck, into Theo because he had longer time with him, and his father, which his father's the head of the security guards, or the guard of the town. So it would only be natural that Theo be more aware and kind of hyper aware about different things going on, and not absolutely trust everybody. So I love his personality. I think that's one of my favorite things about him is his personality to go, okay, there's a problem. I have no idea what's going on, but I can't automatically dismiss it, but I'm not going to trust him. I'm not going to trust it also.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
What is
Um,
your favorite about Theo?
um, I love his connection with Starlet and Kira. Um, how he has that like sisterly thing with Kira where like she doesn't like being called sister. He doesn't care. He knows it annoys her. He doesn't care. Good. I'm glad it annoys her. I'm gonna keep doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
That's what I was trying to convey.
yep. And being very protective over Starlet because he was told to protect him.
Mm-hmm. He does what he's told. Like that's another thing I wanted to instill with Theo is he's told a directive. Directive is such. Directive is he, and he's going to do that directive until he's told not to do that directive, or if it interferes with his moral code.
That's fair. Yeah.
And we haven't really had a chance to show that yet. But if he's told a directive by someone he loves and someone he cares or trusts, he's not going to do it. And actually, we did last night, where the thing is, the book is telling him to bow down to Kira, and Kira's just like, "Yeah, do it and see what happens." I don't know. And his moral compass is over here going, "Huh?" It's like I don't have. I loved the way I was able to put in that struggle because he had a moral disagreement. Because of he doesn't he the reason I picked Druid is it does go back to what I truly believe,
You're not gonna.
and having no gods and all that. But in character, I love the fact that I don't have to have a patron saint. I don't have to have somebody I go up against. I worship the ground, the nature. I pull magic from the ground and the earth itself. So, and then my own curiosity and knowledge. Now, if I want a deity to, praise and worship, my character's able to do that, but it's not reliant upon that. And I also don't have to have scrolls, or I don't have to have um, a spell book. I have natural knowledge of what I've been taught.
Right. Yep, you are not a wizard.
Mm-mm. But the connection between him and Kira and him and Starlet is also a wonderful thing. I'm doing my best to make sure it is absolutely different from one another because to me it's very easy to make those connections the same.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he's going to be protective of Starlet because he was told to be protective, but he was also um, still growing on him, if that makes sense. The relationship is like, I don't know this thing, but it calls me brother and it says it loves me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's do it.
Yep. Yeah. And at some point, I'm looking forward to you guys getting back to Ravnica to see the random changes from like the war effort and whatnot.
Because Zanny and no other characters are here, my idea that if Theo dies and I bring back Achu, it would definitely be a different Achu. Because time has passed.
Right.
He's grown up as a hermit.
Mm-hmm.
He's extremely independent, and he would be so much more stubborn because he did everything on his own, and he had to do everything on his own. No one was there to help him.
Mm-hmm.
Even though in his backstory, I would add, oh yeah, they knew where he was. They just didn't go and talk to him for fear of his safety or whatever. He's gone too far. He doesn't remember us. Whatever would work. But the moment he walked into Lockwood, I would absolutely, it'd be different. I would absolutely go after Patty again. Probably harmful telling a DM about this, but still, core values are core values. Core relationships and emotions are core relationships and emotions.
Mm-hmm.
He once had a dream about this. There's nothing in the world saying that the dream couldn't come back and he couldn't remember the dream.
Uh-huh. Yep.
And if he sees someone he thinks he knows from a dream, he's going to go, hold up. Do I know you? Now, the attitude and he'd probably still try to go after her, but it would be completely different from the cute, I'm drunk, oh, you're pretty type of connection that Achu and Patty had before.
Right.
It would be more aggressive and adult.
Okay.
Absolutely. And I think when people do repeat characters, I've been watching so much, and a huge I can't think of words. A huge applaud to Gary bringing back Starlet. It was one of my favorite things because we had such little time with Starlet.
Yeah. And that's what he said too. He's like, I never got to fully like even flesh out the character, nevertheless realize like anything about him. Starlet. You bringing back Starlet. That you never had a chance to even flesh him out, nevertheless like really realize all of his like potential and everything. So yeah.
And he's a druid, so he can wild shape. It'd be a plasmoid wild shape.
Uh-huh.
We had him. He was because I remember I played a plasmoid as well at one point in something else, and you can go into a human shape, human-ish shape.
Yep.
And he did that in the last one. And I'm really curious on how that's going to work in this.
Yeah. We'll see if he ever wild shapes. Yeah.
After Wish, the old starlet literally was wild shaped into a horse working for the army of Ravnica. So this is legit a new starlet.
Yep.
And Buck, there's no reason that Buck wouldn't have made multiples. He even said that he did.
Oh yeah.
This one was just a little bit different.
Yep. This one
So, I mean,
was sweet and kind and more intelligent than the other ones, and he couldn't see sending this one into war to be blown up.
and it's a beautiful sentiment.
And he gave him to you.
Yeah. I love the family aspect with both with Buck. I wish I could, because Buck is from that one shot. Um, I wish there was some way I could actually use Buck, but I know that maybe if something happens, I have a character idea to basically have Buck have a long lost actual son, and basically trying to follow in his father's footsteps, being a circle land druid. Because with that one shot, we were doing at level 20, so you were absolutely OP. You could do pretty much anything, but you didn't have growth.
Right.
It was just, and I would love to see how Buck would have grown up. So that's another character idea I have of Buck having a long lost son, and that would tie into why he felt bad and had to bring in Achu. It could add more to so many storylines. Why he felt like he had to teach everything he could to Theo, being the perfect master based off of guilt.
Cool. Yeah, Gary really likes Starlet because he's not optimized and he gets to play the little innocent thing that's not trying to change the world and just wants to be like happy.
I love playing innocence.
It's very
That's
different than trying to
yeah.
win.
That's the mentality I had with Achu.
Hmm?
He was innocent. He had the childlike mind. It's like, well, I mean, if they're doing this, I guess I gotta do this because they're doing this.
Mhm.
Now you get protection, and then you have this mentality,
Right.
this childlike mentality of, oh, this person actually has feelings for me. I need to protect them. I don't know why, but I need to protect them.
Mhm.
My friends just died. And the terror friends first died. He and I know that wasn't planned to happen in the cave.
No.
But the way that it made the story better is amazing.
Yep. Yeah, and I think that's
And
why Gary was trying to explain to Zanny yesterday that like failing a trek is not failing. Failing a check is telling a good story.
absolutely.
Especially in perception and stealth.
Oh yeah. And I know I told Zanny But I don't know if I told you guys, but every reaction that happens, Theo is going to react off of it. Whether it is a mistake of the player, whether there is a mistake of the character, a word. In fact, we already did that in text chat. I think you had said something off of that, and my character is like, wait a minute, I don't remember this. But I want everything to be interactive just like as it is, and it's supposed to be. And it makes the story better.
Yeah. Yep. Nothing has to be perfect. Nobody is perfect. And just enjoy. Have fun with it.
I have a coworker who they're doing D&D as well, and their campaign, they start out level 10.
Okay.
They start out at 10th level, but they're playing 5.5 with advanced rules where there is no cap. You can go above 20. You can go above. You can get to a level 100 if you think you can.
Yep.
But everything is much harder.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Everything hits you with more than half your HP.
Yep. It has to. It has to, because you're going to take stuff out in 2 rounds. So, like, I've always played for, like, a hard encounter. I want to be taking down... if I hit every time and I do average damage, I want to be taking out a character around. Gary hurt himself. He's trying really hard not to curse over there.
Oh no.
What did you do? Blood, sweat, and tears into the ceramics, baby. Oh, he stabbed himself with the screwdriver.
Oh, please don't do that.
So, not piercing damage, we're just talking bludgeoning damage? Okay. No need for a band-aid. We're good. We'll survive.
Awesome. I'm not an EMT yet, and I'm not in Pennsylvania.
He said he's fine. The shockwave of pain just sucked.
Yeah. Been there.
Okay, I was not expecting to be able to wedge this much out, but I'm rather happy that I can just bag up the stuff that's done. Because I can do, like, one of these boards without killing myself every day, and if I do, like, one in the morning and one, like, closer to evening, I can do 2. But because I've been trying to get these things wedged so that I can get through all of my buckets, because next week I want to be at a point where I can really start throwing again for my next project. I'd like to have all of this stuff wedged by next week and ready to throw. That's the goal. So I'm really happy that this actually, most of this at least, was able to get wedged without an issue. This actually might be ready to now. So I put them in these little arches because it gives the clay more room to touch air and to be able to dry up.
Dry? Yeah. I will be leaving my laptop and TV on.
Okay.
But I will also be on, but I'm going to go and get myself and my wife some lunch. So
Nice.
I'm going to put you on mute
Cool.
and then talk intermittently.
Cool. Awesome. Just interrupt me with whatever I'm rambling on about when you come
Okay,
back.
awesome.
Cool. Have fun.
Will do.
So if you see in the background here, I have 2 buckets here and 1 bucket here. It's about 2.5 buckets of reclaim. If I were to like actually break it all down, it would only be about 2 buckets, maybe 1.5. But I'm going to be dumping that closest one onto the board to hang out tonight. And we'll see if it'll be ready to reclaim tomorrow. But I'm going to fill up the other bucket behind it with water and let that sit for a couple days. I'm going to do a bucket a day because I want to be able to reclaim a board a day. And the reason I have this much reclaim right now is because I just did the yarn bowl challenge where I threw 100 yarn bowls, actually threw 100 yarn bowls in 15 days. Then we went on an impromptu vacation and I came back and I feel like my bowls were wetter than when I left because Pennsylvania was fighting with the Amazon for the wettest place on earth. So you could feel the air bubbles in this one. So I had to spend 2 weeks kind of drying everything out and whatnot before we could throw it in the kiln, because it's not technically air that causes explosions in the kiln, it's technically water in your clay. So you have to be really careful with making sure that everything is dry before loading it in. We had one bad kiln load where I lost about 10 bowls because at some point I got impatient and I didn't want to wait anymore, which was stupid on my part. I know. But over here. There's not as much weight on this board now, so I have to like distribute the weight better. Let's actually put that over there so you have a better camera angle. And one thing with wedging super wet clay, if you're not using a plaster bat that's continually wicking the water away, make sure you are keeping your bat clean or your wood clean, because otherwise it will just stick to it and it won't do anything. Which, I mean, this is still sticking. The clay is just too wet. So I may go over there and dump that bucket onto a board and then come back to do this. It's only going to take me a minute or two to do, but this will at least have a couple minutes to firm up. I can no longer feel or hear any more air bubbles. Okay. All right, we're just going to break this up. This will also give my board a little bit of a chance to dry. I do have the dehumidifier running on high right now. It drains into my sink. So that it's always running. Clean this up just a little bit. Let the board dry out for a couple minutes. Oh, and actually, let's grab a bag. So these bags, when I first bought them, they had 25 pounds of clay in them. I buy boxes of 50 pounds of clay at a time. So this would hold a solid brick of 25 pounds. So I'm not quite sure how much clay this is that I'm throwing in here now. But I would say probably somewhere around 20, maybe. And we're just gonna spin it. I'll flip it over here on my desk so that it's there for when I'm ready for it. So I've made all these cookies. These are big cookies for putting the painted yarn bowls on. They're going to go in a candle kiln this afternoon and then again tonight. I think these are pretty much bone dry, but I just want to make sure. So this is what the clay was on when it was drying. You can see all the clay, the very dry clay globs that's on there now. So we're just going to take a minute. We're going to clean that up. But first we're going to move my coffee so that I don't get the clay in my coffee, because that would be upsetting. Okay. I'm sorry I don't have a camera over here. Prime Day is coming up. So I talked to Gary about it, and I think I'm going to get myself a wireless camera for down here. And then he's going to get one of the cameras back upstairs so that when he does videos upstairs, he can have a nice shot as well. Yeah, because when he records off the big screen when he is doing his videos, but then he is looking at the big screen, not looking at the laptop camera. So it will be better all the way around. And when I'm down here throwing and he's upstairs pouring, we can put the wireless camera up there to record him pouring. And he can be talking to me in Discord. And you guys can see the pouring aspect of what we do as well, this slip casting. So you guys will just get a better, in theory, a better picture all the way around. Okay. So what I did here was I scraped all of that hard bits off and I put it into my dry reclaim bucket here. Okay. Now I have this slop that I've had going. So this part here is still a little too hard, so we're just going to move this piece into the next bucket. And I'm just going to reach my hand in here and get it nice and dirty into this throw with us bucket, not Home Depot bucket. Because God forbid Home Depot wants to be recognized for their awesome buckets. Okay. So I'm just squishing, and then I'm gonna grab a thing of clay out. Just put it on the board. I'm just making sure that the water kind of got to all the areas of this bucket. Because sometimes there's like a portion at the bottom that it doesn't get to, but this seems actually pretty good. So we're going to take out these big chunks. Okay. All right, and then we're going to take the stuff from the dry bucket, or the dryer bucket. What's the matter? Oh. Okay, so now we have another empty bucket that I can't show on camera. Okay. So these little dollar store buckets are what I use to row with. They're probably about a gallon, but I use them to throw, and then I use that water that I was throwing with to dump into my buckets. Okay. So yeah, so now I have one, I don't know, third of a bucket, quarter of a bucket, probably quarter of a bucket, started with some stuff at the bottom and the leftover water from this one, and two, probably 3/4 full dry buckets. I'm gonna leave this wet one overnight. I'll probably turn over these pieces that are in here before I go up for the night. Okay. So that'll sit up there overnight. I'll probably turn off the dehumidifier right before I head up and let it sit, because it's wet, but it's not super duper wet, and if I leave it overnight, then it'll turn too hard like the last one did. So, oh yeah, these are much better now. So these are just going to get quickly wedged. I'll grab a different bag to put these in.
So on average, how long does it take for clay to dry?
It really depends on how dry your studio is. With the dehumidifier running, I can go from thrown to bone dry in a day. That's not a good thing, because if it dries too quickly, then the piece is more likely to crack. So we typically don't keep our dehumidifier on if I have a bunch of pieces down here, or I wrap up the piece very, very, very well in plastic so that it can do a slow dry. And we try to make pieces dry over the course of a week. But like just these sitting out for that, I don't know, maybe 5 minutes that it took me to work on the buckets over there, these are already ready to be wedged.
Wow.
Yeah. It also depends on your clay and all of that, but I do have the dehumidifier running on high right now. And we do have some pretty good air circulation. I have a fan. Let's see, can you guys see? You guys can see that white tree right there, my large white fir tree. There's a fan running behind it to give some extra circulation that helps the dehumidifier. And also, clay is stinky when it's reclaimed. We use vinegar to kind of fix a lot of that. But the boards get moldy. It's not bad mold. It's not like it's black mold or anything. Um,
Yeah.
but the boards get moldy as it gets reclaimed, and you just kind of mush the mold into the clay. A lot of people say that it helps with the plasticity for when you're throwing, so it's easier to handle. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what they say. I don't notice a difference either way.
Okay.
I was kind of, I
You
was
guys,
talking about
you guys have your, you guys have your studio in your basement. I
yeah,
live in Oklahoma, and we don't. It's very rare to find a basement. Like, you'll find them, but it's extremely rare to find them.
yeah. So we have a 2-car garage. We have a large 2-car garage, and that's where our kilns are. Our pouring machine is for our ceramic slip casting, and all of our ornaments for the mall shows. All of our displays, our racks, all of that is also out there. Um, so this is just for painting and pottery down here. Gary will do some electric. This is actually, we have all of that for boxes and electrical for all the trees. Down here as
Yeah,
well.
I'm gonna go off mic
Okay.
again.
Yeah, go for it. So we do have, for the amount that we do, we have a very small studio. But we make use of every inch, and we have good friends who helped us put in that shelving up there behind me so that we could make use of height to get more flat space down here. Because flat space is always an issue. Um, but yeah, eventually you'll see more of our garage as we get the camera for Gary out there and whatnot. And you'll see that we have ornaments that are stacked up to the ceiling, and many, many tables are set up. He has tables on top of tables to give me more flat space. I left my scraper over there, so we're just going to use a rib. Um, and yeah, I would definitely like to try to get this. I'm always fighting with myself over trying to keep a clean studio and like make sure that I have room for stuff before I bring it in. And I keep teasing Gary that my next big purchase is going to be a slab roller, which truthfully I would really love. And we have an unfinished basement on the other side of that door behind my tripod right there. We have an unfinished basement that I'm like, I could put a slab roller in. Like, that could work. So, I keep teasing Gary that I'm going to get a slab roller. And I say teasing because I won't get one until I've done a couple of markets and made the money for it. But right now I'm using doweling to make my slabs, and it is it's a lot of work, and that's fine. I don't necessarily mind the lot of work aspect of it. It needs a lot of room to be able to do it. So, like, where all of my reclaim is right there is where I typically was rolling out my slabs. But because I have so much reclaim right now, I can't do any of my slab work, which is fine. I don't have time for it at the moment. But if I had a slab roller, then I could go to a different room with a bag of clay and uh, get all my slab work done. And honestly, it's so damp in the basement. It's not, well, I can't say that. It used to be really damp in the basement, but we got stuff fixed, so it's not as damp anymore. This is still, it's like, I don't know. It needs like another half an hour. Just like that. Just hang out. Yeah, if I could put a slab roller in there, then I would be able to go in there, get my slab work done, and then bring it back out here, or just leave it in there to dry slowly. Just put a piece of sheet over it. I definitely need to get more of these metal hooks for this wall, because as I do flat things, I can fit more on here than if I do tall things. So I need to get more of these. Keep pushing this. I know I'm going off camera, but it's drier on that other side of the board. I should probably flip the board over at this point. Maybe I'll do that. So I have a game tonight that I am working on getting them to a nice conclusion. And they have a couple different things going on. They've just found the old world of giants. Ghosts and stuff of there. So we're going to see what they do, because they've communicated with them, and they came from a Spelljammer setting, and now the giants want to come to the world to kind of come and pick up their brethren, but they don't know that their brethren are not giants. So I don't know if they are going to fix the orrery to tell the giants where they are, or if they are not going to touch it so that the giants don't come. They also have Duergar that are setting to invade.
Is this still a campaign that was like years in the future of our last campaign?
Years in the future of your last campaign. So this,
Um, no, last time with you and everybody, and well, the things that we did affected the campaign years in advance, or the stuff we did to the country or whatever.
so this is the campaign where Benjamin was part of the Boros. This was Benjamin in his heyday.
Okay.
Um, and so we went from a Ravnica campaign where they just upset the entire world to the Spelljammer campaign because I wanted to try Spelljammer, which I did not enjoy. But that's the reason, although I say I didn't enjoy it. In all honesty, that was the most I've learned about D&D in such a long time because I got to learn about the astral plane and the color clouds that take you to the different not realms, planes of existence. So I got to learn a lot in that campaign, which was interesting. Because I don't really follow the Faerun lore or the what's the other one? What's the other one, Gary? Faerun and what's the other world? Or Forgotten Realms, but the other one, the one with all the magic. No. Okay. It doesn't. They just put out a new book that has all the stuff in it. I don't really follow their lore per se. Like I follow some of it, like demons versus devils and like the planes they come from and stuff like that. But I don't follow, like I don't typically have like a Neverwinter in my town or a Waterdeep in my world. Like the Yawning Portal from Waterdeep, which is the dungeon crawl that we're doing on Tuesday nights. Like the Yawning Portal will exist somewhere in my world because eventually someone will want it, which is cool. And or if they don't want it, then I'll pull something from it and it will exist.
Yeah.
Like Candlekeep. Candlekeep is now the Library of Alexandria.
Nice.
Yeah.
I think the best part about being a DM is you get to cherry pick from so much different things. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like the mechanics of that, but I'll have that.
Right.
We're just going to run it just a tiny bit different.
Yep.
Or this little thing is wonderful. I want it. It's too OP. We're going to put it in just as is and see if my players get to it or see what's going on. Mm-hmm. If they do, halfway through, I'm going to change the entire mechanics of it.
Yeah, and like the book that Kira has right now, like you guys shouldn't be touching that for another 10 levels.
That makes a lot of sense.
Like, you know, you guys should absolutely not have been touching it. But she made such a big deal about this journal in the basement of Magellan's grandfather's house that I was like, fuck it, now it's something. I'm not quite sure what it is yet, but I'm going to go look at random things and I'm going to go figure out what it is.
Meanwhile, Theo looks at it and goes, holy crap, it's bleeding.
Yeah. Yep.
Here's over here, like, player and character, like, it's paint. Why would it be blood? Why would it be blood?
I was really waiting for you to go over and like sniff it to see if it like smelled
You
like
know what?
iron.
I didn't think about that. I mean, as lizard folk, you would understand the smell of it. Like, so something, because it's just, Danny's not on here,
Mm-hmm.
but if it turns out, I'm going to see how this works. If it turns out that Sacro is just a body and the soul is gone,
Mm-hmm.
and we don't want to do anything with Sacro anymore because he likes D or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
Sacro might become a snack for Theo.
Nice.
Like, I'm honestly wanting to test that because lizard folk can and do eat human, and even, like you said, you had a character that collected fingers.
Yep. Yeah, Gary absolutely had a lizard folk that collected fingers. He had finger food.
And, like, I'm going to do something of the sort, but I want to, and since it's a kid, I want to know, like, I want to see the reaction, or at least hear the reaction of Vanny when I go, so the body's no longer intact, right? We can't put the body back together? Well, no, whichever we have. And if it's decided we're not using said body, cool. So Theo's going to do what he can and eat it. And just the horror response from everybody going, what?
There you go.
He hasn't had anything all day, and depending on his roles, he's going to be exhausted anyway. Like, he really needs... Holy crap, he needs sleep. He's going to start taking damage soon if he doesn't.
Yeah, so you're at exhaustion level 1. Somebody else is at exhaustion level 1. And Meep and... oh my god, I can't remember her name. Brooke are at exhaustion level 2.
It would really suck is if Brooke dies from exhaustion before we get to Auntie's.
Might happen.
All right, guys, we're screwed. Where are we? And how do we get back?
I'm just waiting for you guys to get on the ship. And everyone on the ship needs to start making Constitution saves every day.
Oh, gosh.
Just, random shipmates start dying of exhaustion.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. This ship is going to have a crew rather than just us, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh, this is going to be lovely. Those bodies will be disappearing. Yeah. I think I'm going to have on the horror element to Theo if that happens. Absolutely.
How many more sessions of Sunday night? Gary's asking how many more sessions do I think is left on Sunday night. I think that tonight you guys are going to learn about the different entries into the Duragor area. You guys have to decide what you're doing with the orrery. If you're going to try to tinker with it or not. To try to bring the giants to come collect the giants. And then you guys are going to learn that the Duragar have attacked the spiders. And what are you guys going to do with that? I mean, they didn't really attack the spiders. They just wanted to get out of the cave to get to you guys. So That's what you're going to learn tonight. So I'm assuming you're going to learn that you're going to do the one attack on the spiders that attack this, or that one attack on the Duragar that attack the spiders. And then I'm assuming there's going to be 2 sessions of like a big final fight where you guys get to warn the town that the Duragars are coming to attack. And then I'm thinking after that you'll be done. And you guys can role play out, your next couple of years on the world that you guys landed on. That's what you want to do. Yeah, I would say you guys are going to get a level up after tonight. What level are you guys now? 4? Yeah. Yeah, you guys are going to get a level up tonight. And then you guys can warn the, or not. If you guys don't warn the town, that's fine too. Do with it as you will. But I'm assuming you guys are going to warn the town of a large Duragar army marching on the town. Gary says he's sad to see my Sunday game go. And that was the problem. I had a different thought of how the game was going to go than the players had. And this comes down to we probably needed a better session 0 than what we had. But I thought in session 0 I had spelled it out that this was going to be an extremely dangerous, not everything is within your wheelhouse, talk to NPCs, gather NPCs, come together as a team kind of game to explore the world, and it was very much not that. Yeah. So, and that's okay. But, I don't think anyone was really vibing with the game. And so it's a good time to end it. And here's a good takeaway from that. There are so many games out there of people running games. Paid games, free games, whatever. You need to find a game that you jive with. Don't play in a D&D game or Pathfinder or anything that you don't jive with, because this is supposed to be a game and you're supposed to be having fun. And if you're not, move on, and move on more quickly than later. I've jumped out of session 0s because I'm like, you know what? I am not jiving with this game. You guys have fun. It's not you, it's me, because it was. If, there's 4 people in a game and they're all driving and they're all having a great time making fart jokes, then have at it. Enjoy your game, do your thing. I'm looking for a serious game. I want lore and mystery and to be able to do stuff. So yeah, if you are not driving with the game, there are so many games out there for you to join. And when we started running paid games, we were definitely thinking, we were nervous that we were going to get the players that got kicked out of all of their other games, and that we were going to have the problem players joining the games, and that's absolutely not true. We have amazing players in our paid games that take notes and care about the lore and put all the mysteries together before I even get the mysteries out. Sometimes they're putting stuff together, which is awesome. And we have our free players that just hang out and have a good time and just enjoy each other's company. And it's two very different kinds of games, but everyone has a game style that they enjoy. And don't stay in a game that you're not enjoying. Don't do it. Move on. My PSA for the day.
If you don't enjoy the game, it's not worth being in it. No matter what you have into it, no matter what you're doing in the game, no matter how important you think your character is, if you're not enjoying it, it's not going to be good.
Right.
You're going to get burnt out on it.
Here, Gary, hold on. Start over.
What?
I was worried that, you might get the McDonald's syndrome people where it's like, I'm going to leave a big mess because, I'm providing people jobs, because if I make a mess, then people have to clean it. Or, I won't use a self-checkout because I'm taking away people's jobs. Or, if I use the self-checkout, how dare you want to check my receipt? Or, like that kind of, privileged because I'm paying kind of thing. But that has not been the case. But then when you put it to a fantasy setting, like the biggest fear on that end would be that, somebody feels that they have the right to play out some sick fantasy because they're paying. And, obviously that's not true because, not only do they not get to abuse you with their sick fantasy, but they don't get to abuse the other players with their sick fantasy just because they're paying. But that has not been the case. I have not encountered that at all. So, but whenever people pay for something, there's two ways. Like I think two things that happen. One, they either appreciate it more because they're paying for it, which is what I found. Even for myself paying for a game, I appreciated it more because I was paying for it, I think. But the other thing that sometimes when people they use money as a way to buy bad behavior, to pay off bad behavior, as a, well, I gave you money, so I paid for this ability, and clearly that's not what money should be for. I'm going to pass you back to Allie.
Yeah. And I mean, my three favorite games right now are my Saturday night, my Saturday morning, and my Monday night. My Saturday morning, a father and son played in my Aliens game, and then they hired me to run a D&D game for them. And my Saturday night game is a free game that I run for friends, and half the time we just hang out and nothing gets accomplished. But it's true, right?
I'm not. No, you're not lying at all. I think we spent 3 hours outside of game for maybe 10 minutes inside of game.
Yeah. Yep.
But we had a blast doing it.
Yeah. It's a fun, it's a relaxed game. Yeah. And then my Monday night. Oh, what was that?
It may be a relaxed game, but you still have consequences. There are still consequences to everything that's happening.
Right. Absolutely.
It's relaxed because so nothing really bad happens. No, there are plenty of bad things that still happen.
I mean, you guys like to cause a lot of chaos.
As a group, we're chaotic. As players, some of us only are.
Yes. Yep. Oh, I have a.
And then your other game.
My other game is a Monday night game. Gary put it up. He had a game that was ending, and one of the players wanted to continue, and he was like, well, I don't really know what I want to run. And Gary and I had kind of gone back and forth. We had kind of gone back and forth about running a game together. We had tried it once a long, long, long time ago, and it didn't work out because I am very much more world building, detail orientated than he is. He is much more into the combat planning than I am. I have combat when it matters. I don't even. Oh yeah, you guys had combat with the insects. Can't think of what they're called now. But anyway,
Thrycreen.
What was that?
Thrycreen.
Thrycreen. Yes, you guys had combat with the Thrycreen, but you guys went, I don't know, 2 weeks in game without combat. 2 weeks probably out of game without combat since then. So it when I have combat, there's a reason for the combat. And so we didn't agree on how things were. And what happened was I had a ton of in-character chat between games because someone had gone somewhere in the city and they were causing drama at the Thieves Guild or for the Thieves Guild. They were trying to get into the Thieves Guild. And so I kind of gave him a really quick rundown of what happened. And then we went back to game and he's like, okay, yeah, but none of that really happened. And I'm like, okay, I'm out. No, I can't be spending 12 to 14 hours throughout the week in character chat and then none of that actually happened. No. So we had a fight/disagreement over that, and we decided that this wasn't something that we could do at that point. And so we had come together again and said, okay, we really want to do this. Like, we both have our strengths. Like, this is silly that, like... So we came together and I'm like, okay, you run the combat of DC20, I'll run the world, and we'll do it together. So that's what we do. Monday nights, I run the world, and if I have, like, sometimes we'll go back and forth. I'll have him play an NPC, and we'll, like, have a conversation in character during game. But I run the world. He runs all the combat for DC20, because he knows that I don't. And it's so much fun. The players have so much fun with it. And we have fun collaborating together to do it. It's just a good time. I have no idea where I was going with that. But yeah.
You're talking about all the games that you love having that whether they're free or they're paid.
Yep. So that is a Monday night. That's a paid Problems in Phandalin. It is. I've meshed Dragon of Ispire Peak, one that I can't think of off the top of my head, and Lost Mines of Phandelver with the Shattered Obelisk. I've mashed them all into like one campaign in like an open world kind of campaign where they do as they want, and they just got knocked down really hard trying to go visit a wizard, but instead of, going through the front door, they were D&D characters, and they decided that they were going to enter through the scaffolding on the third floor of this tower being built.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of finding out what the wizard was about and what he was trying to accomplish and like talking to him like a civilized human being, they went straight for the tower and found the things that he's bringing over from other planes of existence. And it
Our
went.
campaign never did anything like that. Not at all.
Yeah. And so that was an interesting. I just sat there and I'm like, and in my head, I'm like, oh my God, we prepped everything for like the first 2 floors, because like there's no way that they could like beat him and get past the first 2 floors to like the big bad thing at the top in this session. So, we prepped that, and then we prepped like 2 or 3 other scenarios of like where they might go in town. We did not prep the 3rd floor. So Gary had to quick make interplanar monsters converted over to DC 20. And but that was awesome because we were working on it together. So I was doing all the world stuff and like talking them through what they saw in town and all of that. And I forgot to move my camera. Well, because I was talking.
We see you from the side.
Yay. Gary, can you do me a really quick favor? Can you turn this over to the HDMI port? Okay. No, it's the other button. Yep, and now hit the channel up, and then hit that button again. And I had you do that, and now I have to go get my mouse anyway. Got me? You're awesome. I have the monitor next to me set up as a second monitor, so it just duals my primary on the other side of the world down here. Nah, just the mouse so I can switch it over to the... Thank you. To my painting area. So I did this really cool bowl. I'm so proud of this bowl. It has a natural rim. So it's not straight. I was thinking about making it straight, and I'm like, no, I don't want it straight. So it's natural rim, so it's also going to be wavy. It's going to be black shiny on the interior, and I hooded the exterior, and this is going to be a matte black on the outside. So
that's really cool.
Yeah. So this brown that the clay is actually going to turn this really dark brown. So it's going to be very similar to black. So if you look at that, you can kind of see how close that dark black under is to the brown clay on top. So I waxed the bottom of it, and now I need to use water and get off the extra black stuff on the wax. But yeah, I was playing with my wax yesterday, and I've decided that purple wax that I bought from the sandwich shop, I'm going to keep separate, and I'm just going to use that for my show what's down the side of this. It's not gonna like prevent the all it does is make it easy to clean up. And I should have done this yesterday when the blade was still kind of wet, but I totally didn't. I was done too close to dinner, so I took a minute. Doing the thing for dinner. This is done. This will go in the can. It's really like a green can tomorrow. This can tomorrow. This can Monday night, green can Tuesday night. This will go in the can Wednesday night. I painted this one. It has that really pretty milk glass. So that was really cool, like really long time ago when Gary was first doing his stuff. Stole it. But this has a really milk glass. It's just a really pretty, like purpley white, and then it falls into like yellow kind of color at the bottom. The problem with this bowl was that I painted the outside a really cool terracotta color, and because the terracotta color painted it this color, and because the terracotta is matte, the drawing would have pulled on the glaze from the yarn mold. So over that matte, I painted a light flux that makes glaze move, and I painted this same color milk glass on the outside. Two coats of light flux over the terracotta and two coats of milk glass outside. So that is my experiment. We're going to see what happens with that. So I'm very excited because I really like the interior of this bowl. And I'm going to try something different on the outside. Again, it is made off. Oh, that was so stupid on my part. The light flux should move the milk glass on top more than the milk glass already moved. And I might possibly put this on the bottom of the thing. I'm still just kind of playing with all my lasers to see how they get connected to one another. Yeah, so I'm finishing up the campaign. I'm probably going to have 3 to 4 weeks left in this campaign. Some of my players didn't have activity last week, so they actually couldn't play. And they got it back pretty much right after I called it, but I had already been downstairs working by that point. So I got their message much later.
This place has another comment code that's not weak.
What was that?
This has comment code that's not weak. It's talking about best viewers on streamthrough.net.
Oh yeah, I need to block them. I need to report them as
Spam.
have at least one of them every time I go live. Somebody joined yesterday. Oh, you know, it was probably that person that actually joined and followed me. They said I made a really pretty plate. So they just so happy. Thanks for following along. Comment. It'll make me happy. I was making cookies. So I needed the yandles. And I had moving stuff around, and I still had a cookie on camera. And they're like, nice plate. And like within like the 2 minutes of them posting that and me doing it, I guess they had either left or they just copied from it. But anyway, I was just talking about, you know. But yeah, so I have my new class coming in tomorrow, so I'm not going to do much of this couple last. I'm really excited to see what happens if I put they brought me down one. I am really excited to see what's going to happen when I mix my really dark, it's called purple mint.
I would say that if your account, that's nice.
Yeah, I'm going to put purple down and then I'm going to put white on top of it. And I'm going to see, because they should flow together, so I'm going to see what that does. Ooh, how'd they turn out? Oh, that's not good, face.
Next year, I definitely want to make an order for trees, but I will also want to do those. That's awesome. You should, if you don't have any already, you should make some roll with us too.
Well, now let's see. Yeah, she said she's going to have me do it. Yeah. All good.
Now that's something you could be thinking out of when I'm playing D&D.
There we go.
Because the Saturday night game is just going to last forever.
Yeah.
If you can get more followers, we should be able to add or put admin and be able to have somebody on your screen to go, oh, that didn't belong, and delete it. I don't know if you have to be a certain amount of followers or do like that. So Jerry could get on and say, no, this isn't it, or whatever. That way you could still continue doing what you're doing, and you wouldn't have to stop what you're doing to stop, report, get them out of the way.
Matt, can you post this again? I'm really far away from the computer here, and I know you don't like it, but we're gonna wait. Okay, Bible Man, you are a mod.
Wait.
You have... all of the authorities to ban that incendiary Jimmy whatever. So go ahead and
Manage to push diffuser, restrict. Heat is restricted.
Aha! You have all the authorities.
I do. Let me see if I can delete his message now.
The man is not mod. He has all the authorities.
I am blocking him completely. So he's restricted and he's blocked. And I can report with fail.
Look at that authority going to your head.
Only the good kind. Apparently we have 3 walking now. Is that partially new?
One of them is
right?
one of them is green. Then one of them is somebody else. So, hello, you are walking us. We're talking about random stuff. Getting these little bits and pieces off the bottom here. Put them onto the cleaner file. I wasn't sure, so I'm going to do a bunch of these marbled ones in clear layers so that the marbling really shows through. And again, this is going to be white. And then this is going to be like dark brown, almost black. So that should give us a really pretty marble kind of effect. I'm going to tint it. I was going to choose like the best tone marble pieces to do in clear glaze. I could also do a clear glaze on the outside, and then, especially with this one, because your yarn's going to be in it, so you're not going to be able to see the bottom of this so great. I might do something really pretty on the outside that kind of drips down. So I'm not quite sure exactly what I want to do with this one. But I do want to make sure, and this is super important to me, that anything that might be dark, I did let these down and kind of get rid of any characters. So anything that looks like it may produce an edge after it's on the fire, and I want to make sure I get rid of, because I do not want yarn getting caught up on anything. If it's not functional, why have it? So this one here was either a white or a buff clay. That I used the Umbria Swift to throw with. So this, in theory, should be a lighter brown on me when it comes out. Than the real dark brown. Stand dry. Super bad for your lungs, and if you do, you should wear a respirator.
Don't breathe in clay dust?
Yeah, we're breathing in clay dust. Don't say it, it's really bad for your lungs.
I already have. I smell what's that.
Yeah, but you don't want to be like on and off the time.
No, but I have one readily available to me at all times.
That's true, you do.
I actually technically have 4, but you know, not for me.
Yeah, let's not say that. Putting it in the kiln with dirty hands, as if our hands have clay on them, and then we touch them, and then it kind of pushes the ride into the kiln and sticks to the teeth.
You got those fingerprints?
Yeah. And so kind of, usually want to be as smooth as possible because I don't want yarn getting caught on any rough edges. So much to do.
You keep on having somebody either like pop in and pop out. So you keep on going from yours from one, which is me, to two, and then to no one. And then to me.
Yeah, so a lot of people when they're kind of scrolling through and they find me, a lot of them want like actual throwing of things, or they just don't find me interesting. So that's
Well, in the chat I said, hello friends, come watch us players play and talk about D&D and pottery. So, I mean, nothing that we're not doing.
So this one here I painted yesterday. This is, I took the black shiny clay, glossy black clay, and then I put the orange crystals over top of it. That clay. And put it over top of the black clay to see what it would do.
Awesome. Are you still running games for Geeked Out?
I'm not, but Gary is. With doing the jungle challenge and all of that, I have not had time this year to head on over there and do stuff. But Gary ran a couple of things for me. Gary, what did you run for Geeked Out this year? Yes, he's going back to like first, second edition. If it's Dungeons and Dragons and running that.
That's awesome. Hey, I pinned. I pinned the comment where I said hello, friends. Come watch us play, and that way they get to see it when they jump in. So, not exactly throwing, but we're not exactly not throwing. So sometimes you do, sometimes you don't.
Yep. But this is the one with the heart that I did. For the man bowl.
Oh, that's nice!
Yeah, isn't that cool? This is the one that made me sparkle. So we're gonna see how this goes. I might use that. Ultra seriously. Alexa, set a 4 p.m. alarm.
I'm glad I don't have any Alexa devices. My 4 p.m. and your 4 p.m. are totally different.
Sometimes she controls my life. But it's nice because my parents can be in the living room and they don't do it. We need another learning session on this, but they can drop in on the basement or the garage or our bedroom. And it can be something silly like dinner at 5:30, or it can be something serious like, hi, come pick me up off the ground.
Yeah.
We need another learning session on that. But,
what I love is that, and I've actually had this, I've not been the person to interact with it, but I've heard the story. We have had people use her to call 911.
And that was, whenever Darren and I go away, I make sure that my mom gets the history taught on how to do that. I understand it's super easy, you just casually do that, and you know their address, but, yeah.
And
that is me talk.
it's amazing because I have friends in dispatch because we do it all. We are the EMTs, we are dispatch, we are, and it's just for the EMS side, but still. But they'll have a computer conversation.
Okay.
And basically what it does is it calls the local 911, it answers, and then if the person can't answer, it automatically just does, they can determine, okay, we need somebody over there. And then, I mean, human intuition kind of goes in with that.
Yeah. I adore it. I love the concept of the life alert, like necklaces and stuff. But keeping them charged, having them
warned.
then they can just call out. It's better. And I get it. You have to be conscious to call out. I understand. But, you have to be conscious to push the life alert. So.
Also, the one thing with the life alert you find, and this only happened a couple of times, but kids like pressing buttons. If they find this and they go, oh, what's this? And they just pushing the button and nothing's happening but a light blinking. They don't know, because of their innocence, what they're doing is calling 911. I've seen different reels with the Firefighter Chronicles. I love that dude. He's awesome.
Yeah, he is awesome.
And he did a story on that. He's like, you okay? Father comes to the door and goes, yeah, I'm great. Well, your life alert went off. That's impossible. Last time I had it. Oh. Kids downstairs playing Let's Blow Up the Imaginary City in my head. And it's like pressing the button to launch nuclear codes from life alert. and it's going off every 5 seconds. And we're like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Because we're having an active... I mean, stuff like that happens. So life mode isn't always the perfect thing. Now, it's a great concept, like you said. It's beautiful. It has fall detection. It has all this wonderful stuff. But even my grandparents, when they were alive, they had it. They just couldn't wear it. They didn't like the function of it being a watch. It being a necklace was something they didn't understand. Why do I have to press this button? I get it.
My grandmother had one, and she had it on her night, not on her nightstand, hooked on her bed, because the only time she ever felt faint was when she was getting up from bed. So she's like, well, if it's right there, then I don't, it's fine. And I'm like, okay, cool, but what if you fall and then you can't reach it? And yeah, I know a lot of people have issues with like electricity all the time and whatnot. But it works for us. I can call the garage and I can be like, hey Gary, I need, or you can call me and be like, hey Allie, I need. My parents can call.
Yeah.
I say this in Connery all the time. Just because it works for me doesn't mean it'll work for you. You need to find your own way. But actually, I was kind of thinking, you should call 911 just to confirm that like the address is coming up and all that stuff. Because I had to do that with my work phone, my work phone connection. They were like, yeah, you need to call 911. And like make sure that they know the address that this phone is situated at, because otherwise they're going to send people to essentially like 45 minutes away from me, because that's where my work was. And I'm like, I do not want to call 911 and be like, hey, do you know my address? And they're like, yes, you have to. Fine. So I may have my mom test that with the Alexa and the address at the same time. She doesn't have it.
You have.
You think you're capable? I'm like, no, I don't. But I would much rather, feel better about this shit when we're not around.
Yeah. He has Billy Ravens on saying hello.
Hello! Just so you know. Oh, it was very loud, the audio, muddy, and as if someone was constantly blowing. Oh, thank you! So much appreciated. That would be my fan. Billy, you are
I didn't know if I was
amazing.
going into my phone.
Thank you. Hopefully that fixes my audio now. Didn't think about that. I turned on my fan last night to get my paint to dry quicker. And yep, he's right. It's blowing directly into my microphone. Wow, I turned that off, and I can, so when you run a decal kiln, it's way smellier than a regular kiln. So I turned the fan off, and I can immediately smell the decal kiln from last night. It hasn't dissipated yet.
Love all the My keyboard doesn't want to work today. tried to spell door twice. Oh well.
It's like I just want to play D&D. To not use me for real stuff. Like I should be tippy tapping out like some random adventure. I should not be randomly on Twitch.
We're writing a book that I'm helping my brother write, so that's fun.
That's cool. Yeah. I mean, he's more than welcome to come hang out with us whenever he wants to, but I'm not quite sure we're actually helping him with the book if you guys are just walking in the woods for 10 days straight.
Oh, absolutely. No, I was talking to him about that, and he goes, no, maybe some combat. And the one time he can't come through, we do combat. I was like, what? Stay off me.
We're gonna get some lighting. So this is screen paint, but it's actually going to show up as a pretty dark purple. I mean, that's kind of how most D&D campaigns go. Straight into the nonsense and the crazy.
For the audio is a tiny bit better, didn't fix much.
Oh no!
As if someone is using an airbrush.
I'm wondering, is it constant? Is it my breathing? Am I like breathing hard? Away from my face.
Put my phone in.
Oh, that's a good point. I don't know if I hear it on... No, I don't hear it on the side. It has to be me.
I have my AC going too, so I don't know if that can be heard at all.
Yeah, I have my humidifier going, but it's on the other side of the room. So I don't think that's coming through. Oh, that's what Oh! Hold on. Hold on! Aha! Gary's headset's still on.
Oh.
Gary's headset. Let's see if that fixes the issue. That was actually really loud. So
how does it sound now, Billy?
Yeah, let's see if that fixes it. I was saying this the other day. When I go live, I really need to check all of my settings and make sure that like we're good everywhere, because I change my settings so often depending on who's joining me in my thing and what seat I'm sitting at and all of that. And during Prime Day, we're gonna get a couple more Alexas for the house, just so that if Mom and Dad fall, they can contact us from anywhere. And I'm gonna get Gary one of these headsets that I have, so that he can be in chat with me while he's working upstairs and up and down, because it's wireless. And we're gonna get him a wireless camera so that while I'm painting, I'll get a better shot, and while he is pouring upstairs, we can watch him pour while I throw. And then he can have this camera for upstairs while he's doing his gaming and his YouTube videos about DC-20 and whatnot.
Billy left. Don't know if they'll be back.
Okay.
But-
Hopefully I fixed it. But we really appreciate Billy for letting us know about the sound
Yes.
issue, because I definitely saw it on my end when I scrolled down and I saw Gary's headset was in the orange for something. And it wasn't really technically Gary's headset, it was technically one of the cameras. And I'm assuming it was one of the cameras that was next to the dehumidifier. But I'm excited to get Gary back on here again with a real headset so that we're not echoing off of one another and all that fun stuff. And I like this light. This light is definitely making the camera better.
Yeah, you can see a lot more now.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to figure out how to plug it in. So I'm doing 3 really thin coats of this purple, and then I'm gonna do 1 full coat of the white on top, and then I'm gonna kind of sploosh some white just sort of around to kind of give it a little bit more texture. And this won't go in the kiln till Wednesday. Okay, I'm just gonna mute myself so he can talk.
Huh? You're fine. I was saying that what I like about pottery as a whole is you put the paint down and it doesn't look like the paint. But when it's fired and after it comes out of the kiln, it looks like something completely different and it's beautiful.
Yeah, so that's the goal with this one. I'm hoping to kind of lighten up that purple a little bit, but I also want just like streaks of white through here. And the flux will help with that because the flux will help the white kind of move. All right, and then we're gonna give this a couple minutes to dry. Okay. All right, what do I want to paint with next?
So, what is your favorite part about being able to play Brooke?
To play Brooke. I want her, my goal with her is to give you guys options to be able to do in game. So when we come back next week, we're going to come back to Brooke teaching Meep how to speak Sylvan. Because I want you guys to realize that during your hiking and walking through the woods and whatnot, you guys have the opportunity to be teaching each other like the languages you know.
Yeah.
And I mean, she's gonna introduce you guys to a hag, which is just awesome.
Yeah. Last night when like the character me was like, so is Grandma Hag or like part of me is like, is Grandma Hag or is Auntie Hag? Are they both hags? One nice, one mean? What's going on? Characters me is like, she's nice.
So, for player knowledge, in the hag hierarchy, aunties are below grandmothers. So, I don't know. Oh, I do know what I was using that for. Okay. So, covens are typically groups of 3 hags. And grannies are more powerful than aunties. And hags get more powerful the older they are. So Granny could have been alive for a couple thousand years. Auntie could be alive for 60 to multiple hundred.
And what's above a grandmother?
Gods.
Okay.
So you guys know that Granny is not so nice, and she doesn't like it when Granny comes around. You guys learned that Auntie took her, or she followed pixies to Granny's house. So that was a thing that happened.
Yeah, her and her brother.
Her and her brother, and a lot of random siblings.
I'm getting a Hansel and Gretel vibe.
Maybe, yeah. Bottle prep. Prior to first... Okay, so I bought this designer liner. I've never used it before. Come on, focus. Focus. It's by Mako. This is their brown color. Here's the problem. I painted this, I don't know how long ago. I don't know what color it is. No idea. All I remember is that I wanted brown designer liner to go on top of it. So I bought it. Okay, prior to first use. Punch a hole in the tip of the plastic screw cap using the writer tip provided. The metal writer tip is threaded and will snugly fit on the tip of the screw cap. Do not cut. Okay.
Basically, you use the lid to open the lid.
Yep. Okay. Okay, we're supposed to shake it real hard. I don't know why they didn't tell you to shake it before you cut the hole, but you know, let's do that.
Because you're supposed to read the complete instructions before actually doing any of the action.
All right, shake the bottle to force color down into the tip. To initiate product flow, lightly squeeze product through the writer tip onto a paper towel. Use steady, even pressure to begin your detailing. Apply onto bisque or unfired glaze. This is bisque. And then apply a clear glaze. Okay. Use with a liner brush for fine outlining. Use with a liner brush for fine outlining or brush strokes. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Let's see what we do. Never used this before. I'm waiting for my purple to dry. Actually, my purple's pretty dry. I should probably do another coat on that before I mess with this. All right, let's do that. Let's do that. I want my purple dry before I do the white over top of it. So let's do another coat of the purple. And then I can play with this. And actually, I'm going to apply flux between the purple and the white. But either way, I want the purple dry before I continue. So, I don't know where in my brain I thought that I could paint 30 bowls in a day. I mean, I might be able to, but it would definitely take me all day long. Especially because I don't dip anything and I hand paint everything and everything's getting like, not everything, like I'll probably do one of these that's just solid purple. But I don't know, with this heart on it, I just wanted this one to be like something different. And you know, if I had a whole lot of time, I would do a bunch of tester tiles with the glazes that I wanted to mix and play with and see how they would react before I actually did it. But that just doesn't seem like as much fun. Let's just try it and see what happens. If I hate it, I'll reglaze it. Or I'll add to it or something.
I just sent a link to the D&D server and our Scarlet Inn.
The roll with us?
Yeah. Throw with us, yeah.
Cool. Okay.
You're only going to be on here for about another hour, it seems like, because then you have an alarm for 4.
Yeah, and then I gotta clean up. I'm making cheesy chicken and broccoli casserole tonight for dinner. My father eats like a toddler. So I'm trying to find recipes that will get vegetables into him that he is willing to eat.
I don't do broccoli, so I mean, hey, more power to you.
His idea of eating vegetables is having corn every night. So we're gonna see how this works. He's willing to eat broccoli, so well, we're gonna see how this works. Okay. All right, did my coat of purple. Ooh, okay, designer liner is clay based. Okay. As such, it is the nature to dry quickly, which can promote clogging in the narrow passages of the metal and or plastic tips. That's not good. Clear or transparent glazing is necessary for gloss finish. I don't want a gloss finish. Okay. Designer liner will fire a matte where no glaze is applied over. Perfect. Design work could be distorted when applied on top of glazes that have a tendency to move. I have zero idea if the glaze that I put on this is intended to move, so we're going to find out. Wipe tip periodically on a damp sponge to keep clean. Keep the straight metal pin to unclog the tip and keep the metal writer tip free from debris. If designer liner begins to dry in the bottle, you can add a few drops of water to reconstitute designer liner. Stir and test for proper viscosity. Add water sparingly to avoid over-thinning designer liner. Suggested uses. Give contrast to a pattern, outline design work, or use as a typography pen. You may also create more structured design, i.e. a flower or eyes and lashes. Place some designer liner on a tile and use a CB 110 number 10-0 liner brush for extra fine outlines or detailed illustrations. For further ideas, use their website. Okay. Those are all the instructions I got.
What's your intended use for it?
What is the intended use for it? For what I'm doing currently?
Correct.
I'm going to draw all kinds of squiggles on the top of there. So I went to the Corning glass place, and I found this vase from 1,000 years ago. Maybe probably 500, but still, it's really old. It could be 1,000. I really don't know. And it had this really cool looking top that I absolutely adored. And I have so many pictures. Aha, there's my trip to Corning.
You want to try to replicate it?
Yeah. I took a bunch of pictures while I was in Corning. I wanted to get ideas of shapes that I wanted to throw. Okay. Now we're going to ignore the leaves on this. But that kind of graffiti all over the place lines, that's what I'm trying to get on the top of this.
That's really cool.
Yeah. Okay, I guess it's not that old because there's a picture of a guy who made it in the background. So it's black, it's like sepia tone, but I don't have a date. Do I have a date? I don't have a date.
That's alright, he's a Highlander.
So, yeah, I love that piece. Okay, I has poked the hole. Now, this supposedly, okay, this just fits snugly over the cap, so that's what we did. Now I'm supposed to do this on a paper towel first. Or not. Okay. Wasn't really sure if I was supposed to use the pen to poke the hole or this thing to poke the hole, so I switched it out. And I use this thing to poke the hole instead. So now let's try. Haha. There we go. All right. Now let's try to get a camera angle where you guys can see what I'm doing here. Okay. Why am I being silent? I don't know. I'm concentrating.
Who asked about silence?
Me.
I thought there was a comment or something talking about how you're quiet.
Oh, that was totally me. I go silent
That's
when I'm
really cool.
concentrating.
It almost reminds me of henna.
Yes. Okay, keeping constant pressure on this thing is more difficult than I anticipated.
Does it take more pressure than you thought to squeeze it out?
Yeah. I was actually really concerned about it just kind of pouring out. But it does not do that, and that's good. That is a very good thing, because I was definitely concerned about that. Okay. All right, I think that's what I'm going for. Just on the top. Bottom's going to be plain. Yeah.
And you said you don't remember what color this actually is because it's been too long?
Yep. All I remember is that I wanted brown designer liner on the top of it, not black. So I'm assuming that it is not a bright color. I'm assuming that it's some form of beige cream, some kind of tone like that. I'm not really sure. All right, we are going to do the top of this one more time. And then we're going to grab the flux. Flux is just a glaze that makes the glaze that you put on top of it move. It causes the drips that you see on different things. I don't have... Oh, maybe I do. Hold on. This is not my
You
work.
had a white...
But I'm going to show it as a... For instance, one of the Twitch people that I follow on here, and I wish I could remember their name, but it's in my thingy below, so go check it out, made this mug. It's a mimic mug. I love my mimic mug. But you can see right here that like this blue kind of dripped like in between his eyes and down past his eye and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
That's when glaze moves. And flux will make a glaze move even if it's not meant to. Okay. And because I'm me, I have lost my lid. Oh, there it is. You know when you just put something down and then it's immediately gone, it no longer exists in this world.
I'm ADHD.
Yeah. Yep, you
I
understand.
will go and fill my cup up with liquid that I want to drink, whether it be alcohol or Kool-Aid. I will drink it while I am over there because I am thirsty. Bring it back into the room that I wanted to be in. Look at my glass and go, I just filled this up. Why is it empty?
Uh-huh. Yep.
And then I will go and repeat the process like 6 times before I realize, oh, well, the Kool-Aid's going down, so something has to be happening because my ADHD butt, I forget that I drank it.
Yeah. Yeah. I have 1, 2, 3. Oh, I'm down to 3 water bottles down here. 4. I'm down to 4 water bottles down here.
I love the fact that you said down to.
I finished off like 3 of them yesterday just so I could throw them out. Right? Yeah, I really like how that came out. I'm pleased with that. He's talking about the graffiti thing that I just did, or sgraffiti or whatever people call it. I'm really happy with how that came out.
It looks really cool.
Yeah. So I have a whole 4 pieces to go in the kiln right now. This will be done today though. So I kind of went back and forth about what color flux I wanted to do on this. There is a light flux and a dark flux. Light flux is white cream in color, and dark flux is a brownish type color, brownish blue type color. And I thought both would be really pretty on this, but because I'm doing the white over the flux, I chose to go with the lighter color flux.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Because I am trying to make this glaze just a little bit brighter. Because I think the purple has a lot of really pretty colors in it. That I kind of want to bring out with the lighter color white. So we're going to see how this goes. The other question I can either do 1 or 2 coats of flux on here. And I think what I'm going to do is 2 coats on the inside and 1 coat on the outside and see how different it looks. And then the inside will look just a little bit different than the outside. But I have 100 different yarn bowls to do, so I get to play with a bunch of different combinations. The problem is, like this graffito vase that I made, I have to attempt to remember the combinations that I did. So I'm going to give each, yeah, I'm going to give each bowl a name that I hope to remember it by. And hopefully I can match stuff up at the end to kind of figure out what I did to it if I happen to either really love or really hate something.
You know what's awesome about pottery is there's so many life examples that you can put in analogies with pottery. Like right now, we're looking at the camera's fixed on the graffito vase that you just did, and then we're watching you do the heart yarn ball. We have no idea what that other color was, and it doesn't look like what it's going to turn out as.
Yep.
But it has to go through fire. It has to go through the kiln, and I see that so much right now with me going into school. I'm putting a different shade on my personality, my career, everything. But I won't know what it looks like until after I get through the hard stuff, which is the school.
Mm-hmm. It's so true. But I still think that you are going to be amazing because you are so empathetic with people. That I think you're going to have a really good bedside manner.
Oh yeah, I got to be careful with that too. I can't get too attached.
That's also true. Yep. Yup.
But there are so many people out there that they're EMS right now. There's a lot of stuff going in, a lot of stuff going on that is a tragedy. And I mean, people who sacrifice their entire day going from anything from I stubbed my toe and it hurts, I need an ambulance.
Yeah.
And that's okay. I mean, if you feel you need an ambulance, call an ambulance.
Well, yeah, that is true.
I'm never going to say that don't call an ambulance for any reason.
Yeah.
If you feel that you need an ambulance because you don't know how to deal with it, call an ambulance.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But you have someone as a level of minorly hurt to a car wreck within a matter of hours. And it's not like, oh, we're going to take grandma back because she fell down the stairs and then we're going to go rest and then go to this bad call. We're taking grandma to the hospital because she fell down. We're going to get her helped up with the hospital. And then they don't know what calls next. And they may be at post for 30 minutes to an hour, depending on how busy the day is.
Mm-hmm.
But being always at the ready is very interesting for me.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And definitely something I'm not used to.
Okay, so I did 2 coats of flux on the inside. Now I'm going to do 1 coat of flux on the outside. Yeah, always being on call like that is crazy and stressful, and I don't know. I kind of like it.
Yeah. It's organized chaos is what it is. I mean,
yeah, that's funny. Okay, so it's kind of funny that you said that. That was the name of you know how like I always ask you guys like as adventurers like, what's your group name? That was our group name for the very first campaign that I was in, Organized Chaos.
Yeah. Did we ever come up with a group name for ours? Because I don't remember if we did. If we did, I don't remember it.
I don't think you did. Yeah, I don't think you guys did. I think Kira mumbled something at somebody once.
To me.
But that was way back when it was just you, Sacro, and Kira.
Yeah. I do love the character that Zanny is playing.
D?
Yeah, D. Devania, D. Yeah, however you want to say it.
I love the Demir Guild.
Oh, yeah. I have done some little bit of research just to figure out what the heck that actually is.
Yeah.
Not that I can use it as a player or as a character, but
yeah, love the Demir Guild. And I feel bad that he didn't know what it was going in. Because I tried to have a conversation with him about it, you know, going into this whole thing, but he just saw the leader of the guild and like ran with it.
Yeah.
Which is fine. Cool. So obviously, you know, if you haven't picked up on it, someone else in the party also has ties to that guild. So he's kind of like helping him through it, which is good.
Yeah. And at least character me has no idea that there's 2 librarians technically that are in this guild, or else are in this guild in our party, or else my character would be absolutely different. There would be absolutely the trust levels between everybody would be different. And I think what keeps happening is the separation between character knowledge and player knowledge of well, you're friends. Well, characters aren't, players are.
Right.
So, which, I mean, that's fine. That's a learning experience and it all works. But it can make up for some very interesting interactions.
Right. All right, and that is 1 coat of flux on the outside. Okay.
And we got roughly 30 minutes till your alarm.
No pressure. Got it.
Hold on 1 second. I am being called by the missus.
Cool.
I'll be back.
Have fun. Okay. So what I'm doing on this bowl is I'm doing like a dark purple shade. It's called Purple Mint. Mako Stoneware. SW125 Purple Mint. I did 2 coats of that. And then I did 2 coats of flux on the inside. 1 coat of flux on the outside because I want to see the difference. And now I'm going to do 1 coat of white over the entire thing. And then I'm going to do splotches of white all over to kind of give it a little bit more depth. But I'm just going to wipe up my wax ring here.
And I'm back.
Cool. And we're going to see how much this flows. There'll be a cookie under it in the kiln. Because in theory, this should run because of the flux. How much? I don't know. We're going to find out. Hey.
So,
Gary's brought me alcohol. He really wants me
looks like
mixing
whiskey.
glazes today. This is Bermuda Gold. It is a loquat liqueur that is only sold in Bermuda. So when we went there in June, we picked up like 3 bottles of it because it may be my favorite. I don't drink much, but I definitely enjoy this. So, yummy.
That's nice.
Yum. It's warming.
I like a nice whiskey every now and then.
Yeah, Gary likes scotch. I like bourbon.
Not too fond of scotch. I've had tiny bit of bourbon, and I don't know what I like about it, if that makes sense.
Yep, that's fair. Yep, I don't like scotch. My dad got Gary into it.
Strange. My father-in-law got me into whiskey, so
That's fair. Yeah, I keep saying that I'm going to go to a bourbon tasting with Gary's dad when I go down and visit, but there's just never enough time to do the stuff I want to do while we're down there.
if we talk about beer, though, Yingling will always be my favorite.
Yingling is like an hour and a half from me.
I know this.
Yeah.
My dad grew up in Philly, so
There you go. Yeah, we have been there before. I don't know which one it's in. Shut up. I never remember if it's in Pottstown or Pottsville. Gary's making fun of me.
as most husbands will.
It's Pottsville. Okay.
Excuse me.
All right. So I said I'm only going to do 1 coat, and then 1 coat's going to be splotchy, but I think I want a good coverage. I don't know, because the flux is light too, right?
Mm.
I don't know. Do I want to do 1 or 2 coats and then make splotchy 3rd coat? Okay, so
Are you gonna have the heart a different color than everything else?
I was thinking about doing like the like a real 2nd coat on the heart so that it would be lighter than everything else. But if I'm doing 2 coats and then a splotchy third, then I'll probably do a real third coat on it. No, I'm going to do 1 coat. No, because I have flux on here, I'm going to do 1 coat. Final answer, I think.
I love the indecisiveness of it's the final answer, I think.
I think. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing, right? I've never done this before. I don't know what it's going to look like. I don't know anything about how this is going to turn out. So obviously I want it to turn out nice, but I have no idea what it's going to look like right now. I kind of have an idea what I think it's going to look like. But I don't know. All right, I'm going to do 1 coat and I'm going to do 2 real coats on the heart. Okay.
So we've gone after what's my favorite part of Theo, what's favorite part of Brooke. I guess what is your favorite part of this campaign compared to, I guess, the last campaign with Achu and them?
I don't feel like there's any one character driving what you guys are doing in this campaign. I don't feel like anyone is quote unquote in charge in this one. And so I feel like everyone gets heard more.
That's fair.
In this one. And I feel like I feel like this isn't your first time playing with me anymore. So I don't have to keep, I don't want to say kid gloves on, but I don't have to keep kid gloves on.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's
yeah,
absolutely fair.
I can pull out a book that is, you guys, that is a legendary artifact, and you guys can have it from starting level, not know what it does, not know what it is, not know anything about it, just know that there's something wrong about it. And you guys don't necessarily need to quote unquote deal with it, or you do, or you don't. But I mean, it's not everything in the world has an explanation that you need to know immediately. And you guys know that you have libraries in the world that you guys can be looking stuff up in, that you guys can be researching stuff. Because you guys have been in my campaigns before, you have that kind of knowledge. So one of the things that Kai asked me was, so, I've been reading this for a couple days. What have I learned thus far? And so I gave her a couple of things that she's learned. And I'm like, and if you make any specific knowledge checks in reference to this, you would have it at advantage.
Yeah.
Um,
What I like is that, along with like what you said, is there's not one character driving the entire thing. There's no real leadership mentality.
mhm. Yep.
I feel that if Theo truly wanted to, and depending on what happens, there's a good possibility that something might happen like this, but I don't know yet. It depends on his interaction between Dee and him. But if he wanted to go off on his own, he absolutely could. He's not tied to the group per se, but he's tied to it.
Mhm. Yep.
And that's something in these campaigns that you run that I think you make very clear going, yeah, do it.
Yep.
But just know that this is what might happen. There's a consequence for this, there's a consequence for that. And so the
Yeah.
thing of,
Like if you guys are in a city and you guys want to like break apart and all go different ways and do different things, awesome. Do it. Love it. Absolutely. If one of you guys starts a bar fight, know that no one else is going to be around to save your ass.
yep.
I'll describe the different parts of the city. You'll know if you're in a bad area of the city. If you go walking alone there at night, I mean, that's on you, man.
Well, Actually, in the last campaign, decided to go over the wall into the museum.
Exactly.
Almost, almost went into the Feywild
Yeah.
by himself. Decided
Gary's
against it.
Gary says I don't use kid gloves. I mean, I feel like I did in my last campaign though. I feel like I gave them lots and lots of warnings and lots of like, just remember, like this is what's going on.
The DM question of, "Are you sure?"
Yeah. You don't think that's kid gloves? Oh, I absolutely still let them. I mean, I went above table and was just like, hey, like you are walking into a deadly ambush that everyone has warned you against. Like that there are 40 orcs out there. You know that you barely survived against 11 and that was by running away. Um is this something that you really want to walk into? Like, and everyone was like, yep, let's do it. And I'm like, cheers to you. We're dying today.
Oh, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Well, and that's kind of what we
I
were just saying is that, like, the reason or one of the reasons I like this campaign better than the previous campaign is that I don't feel like there's any one person driving the actions. I feel like everyone gets a say in what everyone's doing, and that is true. We don't. Gary is saying that we don't have a narcissist controlling everything.
yeah.
Um, okay, so the
I will say
inside
that.
has one coat of everything has one coat of white. Okay, the interior has two coats of flux, the exterior has one coat of flux. I'm going to take my paintbrush. Actually, I'm not. Hold on. I have a really cool paintbrush that I haven't gotten to use yet. Haha. Okay, so I have this paintbrush that I've never gotten to use yet. So we're going to use this one because I'm excited.
Ooh,
So
what is it?
you dip it in the paint. You get a whole lot of paint on there, right? And it's a really soft brush, like really soft. Picture like the softest dog you've ever pet. That's like how soft this paintbrush is.
Yeah.
And then you go swoop. And it leaves a swoop. It's really hard to see that swoop because it's white on white. But typically you do a swoop with a completely random color. But swoop. And then we're gonna go swoop. And we're gonna go, actually there's still some paint on there. We're gonna go swoop.
You got 15 minutes there.
Okay. Just enough time for me to wash out my paintbrushes. And we're gonna go swoop. And swoop. And swoop. Can you tell I just like using the word swoop?
Yeah. You got really excited.
Poor Gary. This is what he deals with on a regular basis. I'm gonna go that way. All right. So we've just got a bunch of random swoops on here. And we're gonna see if that does anything at all to what I've done. So it's 2 layers of purple, 2 layers of flux on the inside, 1 layer of flux on the outside, 1 layer of white on the entire thing, and a bunch of really thick swoops, just kind of all over the place. So we're going to see what that looks like at the end. Oh, I did want to. I don't want to use this brush though. I have so many paintbrushes, and a lot of my paintbrushes are from like 50s, 60s, 70s, when my grandmother started the shop and she used to teach classes, and she would buy paintbrushes in bulk. So she'd buy like a gross of paintbrushes. And so I just have a ton of her old paintbrushes, some new paintbrushes that I've bought, and yeah, I just have like a very random assortment of brushes. Okay. All right, we're gonna let that dry overnight. We're gonna see how that goes tomorrow morning. No, not tomorrow. When is this going in the kiln? Wednesday night. This is going in the kiln. But yeah. So if you've been following along on this whole thing, thank you so much. And Bible Man, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I appreciate it.
Always.
Tomorrow I will be reclaiming more clay. Oh, maybe I should reclaim. No, I already did all that. Yeah, I got all that done. Tomorrow I will be reclaiming more clay, and then I'll probably be painting a green kiln for Gary so that he has enough to fill a kiln for our trees. And then I'll go back to painting yarn bowls, but I'll be babysitting in the morning, so I won't be starting. Actually, yeah, I probably won't get to any yarn bowls tomorrow. I'll be babysitting in the morning and then painting trees all afternoon. So that'll be my goal for tomorrow.
I will not be on. I will be at work.
Cool. You have a great day at work tomorrow.
I will. You have a great rest of your day today.
Thank you. I'm hoping game moves along tonight because I am hoping that I can finish that game up in about 3 weeks. That's the current goal. All right.
Well,
Time to sign off.
you have a wonderful day.
You too. Enjoy,
Goodbye,
guys.
interweb.
Goodbye, interweb. Oh. Mouse doesn't work this far.